Present. Here.
Mayor Valenzuela is online.
I'm here. I'm here.
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 Here. Everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 2, call to the audience. Adam?
Mr. Chair, it does not look like there's any speakers at this time.
That was a fast item 2. Item 3, meeting summary, approval of June 5th, 16th, 2025.
So move.
We hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item passes. Item 4, consent agenda for information. Items for information. Anybody have any questions on the consent agenda? Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
We don't need a motion for that? Okay. Well, that makes it easy.
I was support you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes,
I would like a motion. We are asking for authorization to enter into a contract for the traffic data collection. That is in there. I apologize if it said for information only. So action item 4C is for action. So if we could get a motion and direction from you, I'd appreciate that.
can I get a motion for that item?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Item passes. So we are going to skip item 5 for now because it is a public hearing scheduled at 12 o'clock. And move to item 6. Adam?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. TIP Amendment 2025.010 programs FTA funding for regional transit projects. This is a regular process that occurs at least once a year, starting with a call for projects and a programming exercise that takes place in the Transit Working Group. For this round, these amounts were recommended unanimously by the Transit Working Group, TPC, and management committees. The only irregularity in this instance is that we are awaiting the air quality conformity determination that is tied to the approval of the RMAP. So the suggested motion in the packet is to conditionally approve this amendment contingent upon PAG receiving the air quality conformity determination. I'm ready for any questions that you might have.
Anybody have any questions for staff? Anybody? No? Do I have a motion?
Move is presented.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Motion
Mr. Chair.
passes. Item 7, Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Regional Council for the opportunity to introduce this item. Last week, the Transportation Planning Committee, or TPC, met to discuss options for releasing federal funding for regional projects and programs. These federal apportionments, subject to obligation authority and census population area restrictions, include those from the Carbon Reduction Program, Transportation Alternatives Program, Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, and Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or TIFIA. It was noted that since the current 5-year Surface Transportation Authorization Bill expires next year, there is some uncertainty about what changes, if any, will be made to funding levels and federal programs. Staff provided background information on the funding sources, amounts available, constraints, and potential options. Based on TPC discussion, the committee unanimously approved a motion, 1, recommending that PAG staff initiate a limited call for projects to award Carbon Reduction Program funds for federalized bicycle and pedestrian projects that need additional funding, and 2, expressing support for continuing with the normal Regional Transportation Alternatives Grants, RTAG, competitive process to award and program those funds. As part of the motion, the TPC expressed a strong desire to utilize funds to help fulfill the RTA program through the RTA bicycle and pedestrian category 41, rather than using TIFIA apportionments to apply to the roadway element. Based on the motion, we are seeking Regional Council approval of TPC's recommendation. Thank you to TPC members for their time and input last week, and thanks to Adam and Pari on staff for their preparation for the item. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my update, and this is an action item.
Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Ortega, what do we need to do?
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, basically just give us the direction in terms of the approach that was outlined. So just keep in mind, this was a conversation that's been going on for quite a while with regard to what role the TPC could play. And I think that what Jamie outlined is that they're excited about being at the table and helping out to establish the program and establish the process for it. So it's basically that's the direction.
So would you like that direction in the form of a motion?
Yes, please.
All right.
So moved. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 8, Regional Transportation Revenues Update. James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council. If we look at Table 1 of your revenues report, through May, PAG has collected about $30.2 million in regional HERF dollars, while the STBG apportionments for the fiscal year are projected at $21 million. In Table 3 and Figure 1, through May, more than $174 million in HERF and vehicle license tax was collected across the region. As I mentioned, PAG collected about $30 million, while the remaining amount was distributed to member jurisdictions. Regional HERF revenues show an almost 3% increase year over year and an 11% increase compared to the 5-year average. Table 4 shows HERF 12.6 in more detail. Through May, we collected $30.2 million, which is about 16% over the ADOT forecast. You might notice that reporting of actuals was delayed in late 24 and early 25, affecting the year-to-year comparison. Table 5 provides HERF 2.6 with stronger than expected collections totaling over $6.7 million through May. And with Table 6 showing HERF 12.6, through May, PAG had over $108 million in an interest-bearing account. Keep in mind that most of these dollars are programmed to projects. In Table 7, we have city and town HERF distributions year to date. Table 8 shows HERF 12.6 and 2.6 we have already seen. This table also provides Pima County HERF and the Pima County vehicle license tax set aside for transportation use. And Table 9 lists HERF and VLT over the previous 5 years and how it was distributed across the region, while Table 10 shows gallons of gas sold in Pima County through various fiscal years. Keep in mind that the amounts shown are for the same year-to-date period during the previous 4 fiscal years. The region typically sees about 13% of statewide gasoline sales, and through May, we were just under 13% for the fiscal year. Finally, with Table 11, over $115 million in TPT has been collected through May, which trends closely to the adopted budget and shows a small increase from the same period last year. So that concludes my update. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Item number 9, approval of executive director's employment agreement. Lisa, is this you?
Yes.
Have at it.
I prepared an agreement, basically just exactly the same terms as the board. When the board appointed Mr. Ortega as the interim executive director, I prepared an agreement that was very straightforward and based on just really essentially the same kind of basic terms and conditions of the prior executive director, but without any kind of severance or anything, because it was a short-term position. And so that was executed by PAG staff because it was under $50,000, expires no later than today. So I prepared a new contract. It's an at-will contract, essentially. I mean, it is a contract of employment, but it's terminable at the will of either party upon 30 days notice. And I think you have a copy and memo, so if you have any questions, I could answer them.
Thank you. Is there any questions on this item?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations. Well, I don't know.
If we didn't pass it, he could have gone back to retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's my pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. So I think we will take a short break, adjourn for approximately 20 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, what you could do is recess this until 12, which is when the public meeting starts or public hearing starts for item 5. But you could also convene the RTA board, at least start that first item. And then that'll again, just in the interest of time, trying to get through the agenda.
I think that's an excellent idea. I hear a motion do we need a motion to just work in recess?
Right, we're going to
I'll begin the RTA meeting. We'll go to item 2, appointment of permanent legal counsel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at the last meeting, or when you appointed the interim legal counsel, you had also asked that we start exploring the permanent appointment of legal counsel. So the staff put out an RFP, and it was advertised within the appropriate timeframes as well as the appropriate locations. We did have one responsible bidder. That was DeConcini, McDonald, Yetman, and Lacey, who happens to be our interim counsel. And so after going through the proposal, I am recommending that you appoint the interim legal counsel as the permanent legal counsel, which is McDonald. I always just refer to it as DeConcini, but it's DeConcini, McDonald, Yetman, and Lacey. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Thank you very much.
Motion approved.
Mr. Chairman, we could skip the executive session for a bit and go to call the audience.
Let's do that. So we'll go to call to audience. Mr. Ledford.
Mr. Chair, I had heard that perhaps there was somebody, but I want to double check. It appears there are no speakers at this time. Oh, there is. All right. Thank you, Speaker. Please start your comment by stating your name for the record. After that, you'll have 3 minutes to address the PAG Regional Council. At the 2-minute mark, I will politely cut in and request that you wrap up your comments. You may now proceed with your comments, starting with your name. Oh.
Perfect. Good morning. I'm Nancy McClure. I'm with CBRE. We're a global company, but we're based here in Tucson with our office. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know, I've lived in the Metro Tucson area since 1961. Back in those days, the population base was about 266,000 people. And here we are at over 1.1 million people in the metro area. So what we're talking about today on the transportation plans is critical to everything that we do. And it affects not only what I do, which is trying to recruit companies to come into a town and also to retain companies. So applaud you for your effort. I really am here to support the advancing of the RTA next and respectfully encourage this board to move forward with the regional transportation plan to forward on a ballot for the voters to take a vote. 20 years ago, those of you who are in this seat made the decision to empower the voters with that choice, and outcomes have transformed our region. Now we are at a similar moment in time. My company is in business to bring jobs to this community, and those are in offices, warehouses, shops, and the like. A comprehensive transportation plan with ease in getting people to all points in the metro area is critical and will allow Tucson to stay competitive to other markets. As you know, meeting the deadline for a March election is essential to avoid disruptions in funding and potentially losing that funding altogether. We know that regional collaboration can deliver because we've seen it before firsthand. And when a community approved the original plan back in 2026, the problem I see here is that we are late to the game in bringing people together, and we are counting on you to activate now. I respectfully urge that you move forward with a plan to give the public the opportunity to decide and ensure that our region continues to grow with the infrastructure it needs.
I apologize for the interruption. That's 2 minutes. You have a minute remaining.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all for your leadership on this and your continued commitment to Southern Arizona's future. Together, I would encourage us all to think big and be the catalyst to play beyond the status quo and bringing us all these great transportation solutions in an ever-growing community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have any other speakers in the audience? Mr. Chair, there are no more speakers.
Ledford will close call to audience and go to item 5, meeting summary approval, which requires action from the board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. We'll go to item 6, consent items for information. Mr. Ortega?
Mr. Chairman, this is an item that you'll see on all future agendas. This and the PAG Regional Council as well will go to a consent format for basically routine agreements, routine amendments to whatever we'll call it the business at hand is. And so you'll see that. I just wanted to put that in a placeholder and let you know that you'll be seeing that from here on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Looking at the other agenda items, I don't think it would be prudent to move forward with any of those items. So we'll take a recess for RTA. All right. RTA will be in recess until we resume. Thank you.
Thanks.
Till 12 o'clock, and we'll call the public hearing. At that point, the Regional Council will come back into session and call for the public hearing. Thank you.
Keep going at this pace.
Yeah, we're gonna be-
I'm back.
Here for what? Never.
Jose has joined.
Okay, I would like to reconvene the PAG meeting. We do have two additional members that have joined us. Chairman Jose is online and Supervisor Hines is here with us. Item 5, 2055 Regional Mobility and Accessibility Plan, Development Update. This is a public hearing, so I declare this public hearing open. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been a very long process. You've heard this presentation or a presentation like this several times. And this is I'll call it the final opportunity for the public to comment. It is a public hearing. Mr. Chairman, now that you have opened it, we will go to Adam to ask if there's any members of the public that are here to speak.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ortega, there are no speakers at this time. I'll just confirm that really quickly. There are no speakers at this time.
Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers, so you close the public hearing if that's the will of the board.
There are no. Hearing no discussion, Chair will entertain a motion. We have no speakers, so I will declare this public hearing closed. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing no discussion, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
We are adjourned.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the RTA board meeting that was temporarily recessed. We've had items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. So we're going to go to item 3, which is executive session. This is with Lisa Ann Smith, our legal counsel. So I move to go into executive session pursuant to ARS 3843.431.03A3 for legal advice with the attorney of the public body.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
One question, could we have the chair of the TMC join us for the relevant portions of the executive session?
I believe all members of the TMC are, but yes.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the members of the jurisdictional that are here, that are your representatives, I believe that the opinion has been that since they were in the executive session for the TMC, then they can join you as part of your staff, but also because they're part of the TMC.
Okay. So we'll go into executive session and return it when that's ended. Thank you. I'd like to reconvene the RTA board meeting. We've been in executive session receiving legal advice from our attorney. That executive session is concluded. We're going to move into our regular agenda. And I'd like to propose, we've got items 7, 8, and 9 that are very much interrelated. I've had a brief conversation with the executive director. We'd like to suggest that they be combined, 7, 8, and 9, and the executive director will walk us through those. Any objections? Seeing none, that's what we'll do. So we will turn the time over to you, Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. What I'd like to do is we'll start off with an overview from Rick Ellis of the tweaks that were made to the plan, to the RTA Next plan. And I want to start there because that was your homework, if you remember, and we brought that feedback to the TMC. TMC has mulled it over. There is a representative of TMC here, that's Chair Jan Lesher, who can also join us. There was not a specific recommendation from the TMC. There was a lot of conversation about it, but what I thought I'd do is we'll go incrementally. We'll start with this plan and the tweaks, and then we'll go into just a variety of other things that have come to light, as well as ultimately I'll go over, I believe Supervisor Hines had asked for item 9, which is all related. It's the election and what that looks like. And then ultimately I will go over with you some options that I see. And maybe we can talk through those at the very end. So hopefully it won't be too long-winded, but I just wanted to let you know that's kind of the format that I'd like to follow. Okay. So Rick, you take it away.
Maybe before Mr. Ellis, I just want for the record, Board Member Valenzuela and Board Member Jose have not rejoined us. It's my understanding that Board Member Valenzuela will be rejoining us. I don't have a status on Board Member Jose. Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you, Mike. Isa, if you can bring up the one for the screen, then. There's a handout coming around. Obviously, it looks like most of you have that. Rather than go through every single item, if the board is okay with it, I'd like to go through the individual elements and kind of give you a summary of all the comments that were provided, how we chose to address them, and then take any questions at the tail end, if that's okay with all of you. Okay. With that, as we go through, I'm going to hit upon all the individual elements on this. I'll try to give you kind of the logic and rationale as I see appropriate on this, and then we'll come back and hit the questions at the tail end. So with that, first and foremost, one of the first things we did in the very beginning was we increased the revenue amount to reflect the 2026 timeframe when revenue collection would actually begin. So a lot of this has been dealing in 23, 24 timeframes. So we wanted to have a common level playing field of 2026. So that was done right from the beginning. I'll highlight how that is at the second page at the tail end. Going through the roadway element. So first and foremost, all the project budgets were adjusted to account for inflation. So as we increased and adjusted the revenue projections, we also increased the budget projections to reflect the increased cost that we would expect to be commensurate with that 2026 timeframe. We revised project descriptions as needed, where the comments from the jurisdictional members and the submitting entities came forward. We also included the 4 projects that have been previously referred to as deferred are now being referred to as project modifications, and we provide that clarification in that appropriate section. Projects 11 and 18, which are related to SR 210, we have removed those projects with agreement from the Technical Management Committee. And the RTA contribution, it was fairly minor for both of those projects. They've gone up using the updated cost estimates provided by ADOT. So the overall package on that was expected to exceed approximately $1 billion. So with only the minor RTA contribution, ADOT still retains those projects on their long-term delivery schedule, but we wanted to take advantage and utilize those funds a little bit more appropriately. I'll talk to you in a second about where those funds will be redistributed. The delivery periods were adjusted for the few of the projects based on comments and feedback from the jurisdictions and the members as well.
We'll continue to evaluate and refine this with the TMC to make sure that we're not inadvertently causing any kind of delivery obstacles, introducing any cash flow issues, overloading a period or underloading a period on that. So we'll make sure we watch out for that. Project number 26, which is Marianne Cleveland Way, was revised to incorporate the eastern section that's located within the county and now connects all the way to Colossal Cave. There were several comments on that particular project. So that covers the roadway element. Moving down into the safety and active transportation, the dollar allocation for South Tucson and the city of Tucson was revised as requested. So you'll see those adjustments on there highlighted in yellow. A portion of the leftover amount following the removal of the SR 210 project was allocated to the county with a new element identified as Pima County Safety and Active Transportation. And they requested to have that combined with the county allocation that was from line 41 and create a standalone line item on that devoted to the safety and active transportation aspect of that. I mentioned I'd come back on that, the city portion.
Ellis, we have a question from board member.
Oh, I'm
Murphy.
sorry, please go.
Can you just expand what that addition, what actually that would take care of?
Can you turn on your mic, please?
Could you just explain a little bit more on what actually Pima County Safety and Active Transportation element projects would include?
So those are going to be related to safety improvements, intersection improvements, bike and ped facility type of improvements, similar to what we'd see across the region and those type of characteristics and seeing, and similar to what we're utilizing now in the current plan. So it's kind of geared towards that alternative mode, alternative transportation aspect, as well as the safety component where appropriate. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Board member Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my follow-up to that exact question is, this is where we're taking the money, where this is part of the $50 million that we've moved out of 210, and it's the RTA dollars. We're not talking about recategorizing where those additional ADOT dollars that come to the region would go, because we know 210's got huge RTA committed dollars. We're not talking about those at this point. We're only talking about the RTA dollars and where we're moving them.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it will only shift those.
Thank you,
dollars.
Mr. Chair.
So as I was, let's catch up, the city portion of that reduction. So there's a contribution or an allocation, I should say, that with the SR 210, since that project lied both within the city and county. So then the city's contribution on that was plugged into the arterial reconstruction for the time being. We'll be working with the city on that to identify if there's a more appropriate place for that to be reallocated to. Arterial reconstruction. We revisited the description based on the authority to administer this in a programmatic manner. We did get that clarification that we can handle it in that kind of manner. And then increase the allocation on that to the $84 million amount that you see listed. Moving to the environmental element, we revised the description on that for consistency with our current plan and to make sure we are capturing the roadway interface on that. And then we increased the amount back up to 50 million. With transit, moving into that element, revised the description from the former bus rapid transit back to a high capacity transit, which as I understand is more of an umbrella definition and allows better flexibility for the city to administer that. We also took away the aspect that was contingent upon the grant funding coming through. So it allows a little bit more flexibility to react and respond as needed. Added a line item in there for streetcar operations. And then added a new line item in there for expanded transit on a region-wide basis. So one of the comments that we received, particularly as it related to South Tucson, was they wanted to see their original amount allocated with one of their named roadway projects. They didn't necessarily want the project, but they wanted the distribution between active modes and transit allocated. They gave us updated numbers on what that would be. So the original amount was reestablished, but then broken into the projects as they described and as they desired. So that's where we've been able to incorporate that. Moving down into debt, small business, and the overall administration costs. We did a small increase to the administration services to align with the 1% of anticipated revenue allowed by statute. reduce the debt service to a nominal amount of 5 million, so we can preserve the option of selling bonds in the future if needed. So that basically retains some flexibility for the board to act, or a future board if needed. And then lastly, in the contingency line item or element, we eliminated that altogether. Essentially, that brings us to a fiscally balanced proposal. And it's important to note, we included in there that any revenue excess in excess, of the projected amount would be committed to the city of Tucson to achieve the 55% distribution level that's been talked about in numerous settings. So we've highlighted that in there as a ongoing commitment and allocation. With that, Mike, anything else you want to add, or Mr. Chair can take any other questions or provide any other clarifications needed?
Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you can see the staff has gone through this. This has been presented to the TMC. They did not vote on it or give a recommendation on this at this point, but it was a lot of feedback from the TMC. I sent you a note yesterday outlining some other information I think is important, and I want to go over that now. So what I'd like to do is distribute the transit, we'll call it the transit allocation. And so if you recall, I had given you a copy of this spreadsheet, or a spreadsheet very similar, and we'll put it up here in a minute. And just to talk through it for a time here, the intent was to identify how the region as a whole would be impacted should transit not go forward after June 30 of 26. And so we went through that exercise. Once we finished that, we then went to the partners and said, make sure that your numbers track with what you have. The city of Tucson came back and suggested that we had allocated all of the IGA reimbursements to the city of Tucson. And when we dissected those further, we found that those services were actually provided to some of the jurisdictional partners outside of the city. And so we revised the split, if you will, amongst the $32 million. So there's a couple of things I want to bring to your attention. The first is the city's component dropped pretty dramatically. I believe it was about 17 million in the previous iteration. It's now about 11%, or 11 million, which drops to about 41%. The other thing that I wanted to point out, we talk about 32 million or $31.6 million, but the reality is that the RTA money is about 23 million. And I want to go over that for you. The difference is in the MOE, or the maintenance of effort money. We get about 7.6 to 7.8 million from Pima County, and we get about 100,000 from Marana as a maintenance of effort. And those dollars are all together the $32 million. So I just wanted to point that out and make sure you were clear on that. The reason that this became important is not only to show the magnitude of the impact of transit not going forward after June 30, but it also gave us an opportunity to go back and look at the allocation of percentages of transit in the RTA Next plan. And so we did that. I sent that to you yesterday, and it really shows that what this does is it drops the city of Tucson's allocation to about 48%. Now, one of the things that I recommended in my note was allocating an additional $5 million from regional money over the course of the RTA Next plan. So for 20 years, that would go towards the city for their needs or for their projects. My idea there is, as we project out and we know what those pessimistic revenue forecasts are per year, there's an opportunity for us to check them on an annual basis. And based on what the actuals are in comparison to the pessimistic forecast, my thought is that if there is additional money that comes into the region, that those dollars, those $5 million, if you will, would go to the city of Tucson, and the regional money would be kept within the regional pod, the HERF and the STBG. That would happen every year. Now, if revenues fell short, then the city, basically, we would put dollars from the regional money up to 5 million into the RTA Next plan. And what that does is it brings that city of Tucson allocation or percentage to about the 48 or 40, I believe it's 48.8%, something like that. So I wanted to let you know that was the basis for that. I wanted to show you how we came about, or how that came about, and give you an opportunity to give us some thoughts on that. Now, what that does in essence is it increases the total revenue budget to about 2.7 billion from the 2.66 that we had been using. But keeping in mind that that would be from regional funds up to the pessimistic level. And so in essence, what you can also look at is we are assuming that we're going to be above the pessimistic level in those revenue projections. Happy to answer questions on that before we move on, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ortega. So I'm going to open it up to the board. We've got Mr. Ellis's presentation and Mr. Ortega with some focus on transit. Board Member Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Executive Director, one question. I understand I've got the expanded spreadsheet too, but I don't see where the 5 million plays. And I see the number right now for the city of Tucson being 48.73, but I don't see where that 5 million, which would equate to 100 additional million. Is there a line that you've inserted?
There should be one at the very end there. It's 100 million, I believe.
That's the only one in here for 100 million is the pedestrian bike improvement citywide.
Then you may not, let me make sure. Let me distribute the spreadsheet. It's slightly modified from what Rick gave you only because we want to go over the projects, but this is what I sent you last evening, which outlines the percentages. Let me keep one here.
Yeah, everything else on it jives other than that extra 100, because I thought that was going to get them a little closer to that 50%.
So as you're looking at this, it's basically the same spreadsheet, but it has the percentages of allocation on it. I was trying not to give you too much paper. But it gives you an opportunity to see the percentages. And so as you go to the bottom, you'll see that the city of Tucson's percentage is 48.73%. So
I guess the question is, I don't see where you insert that,
I'm
that
sorry.
regional funding.
I think
you talked about.
there were pieces in the arterial reconstruction. I believe if you look at that, the number is higher.
Yeah, I mean, we're up to 184.
Mhm.
So,
That's correct.
so that's where you inserted it.
Yes, for now, until we hear something different from the city of Tucson.
Thank you, sir.
We'll address
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ortega, when you say regional money, is that PAG funds? What is defined regional money?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. It would be the HERF, the annual HERF or STBG. And so
PAG.
PAG, yes, sir. Excuse me, yes, sir.
And then, Mr. Ellis, the debt, I mean, there's been quite a bit of discussion on the board as far as the amount allocated to debt service and to contingency. Contingency's been zeroed out, debt reduced significantly. Can you, for the benefit of the board, just explain the rationale behind those changes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the board. The contingency, when we went back and really scrubbed the numbers on this and showed and highlighted the comparison, there was on average across all the roadway element about 10%. So that covered the contingencies for those specific items. That equated to roughly $200 million plus. So felt that that would be adequate then, that the projects had been properly evaluated, vetted with the jurisdictions, with our cost estimating team, and that the contingency buried in there would be adequate to support the overall plan. So that was why we felt when the comment came in conjunction with TMC that we could make that reduction.
So if contingency exists, it's just built into each of the projects?
That's exactly the way I would say it, correct.
Okay. And how about the debt service?
I'm sorry, Mike. Debt service on that was, we discussed that. There was an allocation in there based on some of the earlier cash flow analysis that had been done and showing the various expenditure rates against the money that we had been collected, and was anticipating that. Through further discussions with the TMC and as we've looked at the overall sequencing with the jurisdictions, feel that that could be then placed as more of an as needed if the opportunity arises, and maybe treated that more with a cost that would be borne by the project or projects at that time. So more appropriate use, recognizing that we wanted to retain that ability, but felt it was more appropriate that the money, instead of reserving it for that, could be utilized and distributed to the program and then deal with that when the circumstances come up.
Just a quick follow-up in regards to contingency. Comparing with the 2006 RTA plan, how's RTA Next different in terms of how those projects were budgeted and planned for? Because know, we've heard repeatedly, we don't want to repeat what's happened in the current RTA. So how is this different?
Mr. Chair, without going into the weeds, on a high clip level, the analysis methodologies that we chose to utilize and the time we devoted to do that allowed a more thorough investigation and more accurate assessment of what it would pictorially represent. We had 3D capabilities, whereas 20 years ago, we only had two-dimensional capabilities. So we had a lot of estimating we had to do. Combined with that, we then used a more strategic delivery or utilization of contingency. So unknowns associated maybe with railroad, right-of-way, some of the higher priced items would be weighted appropriately, but not blanket coverage like there would be on some of the simpler ones. So that's why we utilized a more of a appropriate range. I gave you the 10% as an average. Some of them had more like 20 to 25. Some of them were down around 8 or 9. So we feel that by taking a more specific to the nature of that project, we could get a more advantageous use of that contingency amount. And that was borne out with the cost estimating team. The jurisdictions confirmed that that would work appropriate, and we've verified that with other professionals within the industry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, one of the pieces I think that I believe Mayor Murphy had asked at the last board meeting is, what do we see as different in terms of the delivery of RTA Next compared to what we did with RTA 1? And there's two fundamental components that I'm really honing in on. One is, I think that the RTA needs to take a more active role in right-of-way acquisition, up to and including doing more right-of-way acquisition up front, as opposed to waiting for whatever period the projects are listed in. And what that does is it allows us an opportunity to go out there now and start buying land before it goes up. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think the RTA needs to play more of a role in terms of construction management, administration, up to include inspection, project management, those kinds of things where we're facilitating and providing a support system for the delivery of those programs. I did check on our budget. I think we can absorb some of that outside of the projects, just with our admin monies that are built into the budget, but they could also be charged to the project as well. So I wanted to let you know, it's not just on the financial side, it's also on the delivery side to make sure we can give you some confidence on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board Member Murphy.
Well, thanks for touching on that, Executive Director. You know, and part of it is we've had early discussions on policies as well that could be implemented. So monies wouldn't be necessarily rolling over, right? If and to be on the front edge of if something is supposed to start in period 1, if it doesn't, right, does another municipality get access to it? So we're not in the same place, 19 years down the road, right? So that was one question. You had touched on, back to the percentage with the city. Is there also thoughts that if the growth numbers doesn't happen, because I would suspect we're going to see more growth on the outlying areas, that if that doesn't maintain, is that 53% locked and loaded? Or as the growth numbers, I know you touched on it from the pessimistic revenue stream, but is each year are going to be a look at it that if other areas are growing more rapidly, by extension, that percentage is going to change, right? And it's going to drop. And can we adjust to that? Or is there a plan to help adjust to that?
So, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Murphy, I think that the first question is the easy one, because that one is an understanding of how the administrative code would work with this plan. And I think that will identify the specific policies for implementing whatever it is that the board ultimately directs. And so the types of policy questions and conversations that you've brought up, I think we include those, and then we bring those back for discussion and ultimate consideration. The second one is I have not looked beyond year 2026. Now, the way that we've outlined it is I've just given you percentages of the current allocation. That bottom line number, I believe 48% is the bottom line number of what we are looking at, including the 100 million. In the future, what I think Rick mentioned in his presentation, the expectation was that the city would go to 55% based on their request, based on conversations that happened at this board. But that would not be necessarily just to the baseline level. It would be when they get to 55%. So whenever that happens, then there's a conversation that happens beyond that with the RTA board. I have not considered we'll call it an option or a scenario whereby the percentages of population change or shift over the next 5 years or 10 years. I've not considered that at all. And we can certainly do that, but we've not built in anything that's at this point.
Okay, thank you. Can I, Mr. Chair, can I follow up? You know, and part of it is, I know the TMC, I guess I had two parts. The TMC has been mostly, I think, focusing on kind of that early hybrid, you know, on RTA one completion. Have they weighed in or spent a lot of time kind of looking at these tweaks? And the second one, I guess, just from a voter perspective or a passage perspective, you know, seeing transit creeping up to almost 700 million on there, where it's 2 or 3% of the Pima County population, you know, from a, I guess, an equity standpoint. It's a pretty significant increase. I think we started at, was it 400 million? And then 610. It was 610, but it was even less than that before we went to 610. And now we're at 688, I think, on there. So I guess I don't know if that's a question in there, but you know, just as it continues to grow and the population that utilizes it within the whole county, right, which are voters, you know, how much gets put into any pot, right, from a passable standpoint from the voters' perspective. But that's more an observation, I guess, than questions.
The first one was a question, and that's where the RTA one completion and how that was viewed by the TMC. I have some thoughts on that, and what I wanted to do is, you know, get you up to speed on the RTA Next tweaks,
right,
and how those were impacted, or what those tweaks did to impact the plan as well as the transit. Once we finish that piece, then I'm going to go into the completion, and then have a conversation about some options for the completion component.
I guess, can I just have one more? And I guess what my other concern is, the last time, for RTA one, it was based on these growth models that we missed by $1 billion. And I saw the trajectory of where the population we said was going to grow and didn't. Has there been any look at verifying or the validation of this time around? Because we're talking about 2.7 or 2.6 or, you know, but that's going to be based on our growth models, right? Are you assured somewhat that these growth models we can take to the bank, so to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I could be assured of anything at this very moment. What I would tell you is I know that the generals reached out to Dr. Hammond and maybe can give an update on his conversations. The numbers that you see that have changed are really going from the 23 projections to the 26. So all we did is we used inflation to bring those numbers up, both in terms of cost as well as revenue.
Okay.
So the reason it goes from 2.4 to 2.6 and change is because of that inflation from 23 to 26. So the 26 has really been my horizon based on the end of RTA 1 and the start of RTA Next potentially. And I think there's still room for us to have more conversation about where we're headed. I will tell you this, though, our actual numbers are meeting or exceeding the pessimistic level that we projected. So I think that we're in pretty good shape there. So I feel good about at least the next year.
Right.
Can't tell you about the next 20, but I think there's opportunity there.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Hines and then Board Member Maxwell.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And Mr. Ortega, you mentioned that if we are exceeding the pessimistic level, that 5 million would go to Tucson. Can you tell me what that means and what that brings their kind of percentage to in that circumstance?
Mr. Chairman, Board Member Hines. So what I was trying to do is when we first started looking at all these spreadsheets and the allocations, the city, and I believe that the plan that you all sent for public comment had the city at about 50% of the allocation for RTA from RTA Next. And so by going through the tweaks and particularly that transit allocation, it dropped that percentage. And so what I was trying to do is figure out a way to get it back up to as close to the 50% as I could. And I'm still short. I'm only at 48.73. So the idea is we get annually about 45 to 47 million in regional money. And that's the PAG money that the chair mentioned. So that's a combination of HERF money as well as STBG monies. And so my thought is that if we put 5 million into the plan, doesn't have to be specifically the city, but based on the allocations, the way we've got on the spreadsheet, it would go to the city. 5 million of that annually would be allocated to the regional transportation plan. If that year the revenues exceed pessimistic, those $5 million that were allocated from the PAG money, if you will, would go back to PAG. And we would keep those actual revenues within the RTA next. If they were short, then those dollars from the PAG allocation or the PAG budget would go into the RTA budget, if you will. And so it just kind of a simple way of adding additional revenue and in essence, giving an assurance of revenue higher than what the pessimistic level is. That's all it is.
In follow-up, Mr. Chair and Mr. Ortega, I'm looking at this plan with the 4 deferred projects that are pretty much city of Tucson. Are those being counted in that 48 point whatever percent? Because that feels kind of like a double. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Yeah, great. And is this a good time to talk about specific things or is that later?
Mr. Chairman, Board Member Hines, whenever you'd like, we are discussing the plan at this point and the tweaks that we've made since you saw it last. So happy to go into as much detail on any of these as you'd like.
Okay, I drive on 22nd all the time and I've just been trying to figure out, does this change in item 34 mean there will not be a bridge over the railroad tracks at all? Because I'm not quite sure what a grade separation at the tracks means. All I know is that it goes over it. Okay, I just was not clear on that. So there will be, all right, just making sure that we're not gonna still have to be stopped by trains. Great.
Okay, Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I do want to give a lot of thanks to the TMC. I mean, every one of your staffers for all the electives who have folks that participate in that. I mean, 4 times in the last 2 weeks, it's been pretty nonstop. And they've gone through so many plans, many of which I didn't like. This I think it's got a lot of potential. I'm not saying it's there. There's things I like about it. There's things I don't, but I think it's got a lot of potential. But that team sitting back there from all the municipalities have done yeoman's work on getting this stuff done. And I think we've now got some options that I know we're going to be addressed on what different things we could take. But I do think this has gotten us a lot closer to getting the option, if we choose to go that way, to put an RTA next on the ballot in March. That said, I would ask particularly Pima County and the city of Tucson just to contemplate, and it's just a contemplation, by removing those 2 ADOT projects, so the 2 SR210. And I'm good with it. I like it. I think what we get out of it. But I think there's an opportunity we might be missing to improve some of the TIs, because that's what's going to get us guaranteed money in the ADOT. And more importantly, it gets us an advantage on getting into the 5-year plan. And for that $50 million, at least, one of the ones I'm thinking about is if you go down I-10 to Rita Road and some of the ones down on the east side, those TIs have not gotten a lot of attention. And it could be an opportunity. I don't know if that falls in the city or the county, but it's just something to take a look at, because that's one way to get those non-RTA committed dollars into this. And it also really does ensure that we're going to be in the 5-year plan when the state goes. And I'd also encourage us to consider even leveraging it more with the Cortero interchange. I think it was 97 to a match of 127 from ADOT. The ADOT and the federal and the state matches tend to be much larger percentages of that on those kind of TI projects when they're finally said and done. So we may be able to stretch even some more of our RTA dollars to other projects. The population growth, and relevant to what talking to Dr. Hammond about, was that flat line you talked about. It actually started just prior to us even authorizing the RTA. That was the first couple of years where our population significantly slowed down, and it's been on a steady line for the last 20 years. That's the line they were using for the estimated into the future. So I think he's very confident in his numbers not missing it because of a lack of increased population for sales tax. So I think if anything, especially if we can get the mojo going around here again and get the population and the opportunities growing, that may help us to exceed not only the pessimistic, but potentially even the baseline. And Mr. Chair, it's really all I wanted to add at this time. Thank you.
Well, Board Member Maxwell, when you say this gets us close, are there recommendations that you would make?
Well, there's some things that I've heard a lot during the TMC about Marana taking a look at the different TIs they've got proposed, the ones that they may want to prioritize, they may want to change. They're redoing their numbers on INA. I think there's a lot of value engineering that's important that we can take a look at this time. And I know there was some fear about the TIs not being able to get good enough estimates on it. I've confirmed with SOMAS, I've confirmed with HDR. In the time frame we've got, where before we have to make a decision, they're very comfortable that they can get good estimates for a TI if we were going to go that way. So, I mean, a lot of these projects, because they're second, third, or fourth period, when it gets down to the actual doing the design and what's going to go, that's going to impact a lot. But they feel confident that they can give good things there. The biggest thing, Mr. Chair, is I think we can squeeze more out, potentially more into this and more out of it. And I need to hear from the municipalities more than me. I just got the spreadsheet, asked the executive director, sent it to me last night. I'm going to look to where I think there can be maybe more funding that could be manipulated. I think the TMC's got some opportunities to bring some more changes, particularly on the value engineering side, and making sure that the municipalities are getting what they want in the plan if we're going to go with the 20-year or this time.
Board Member Hines and then Board Member Murphy.
Thank you. I also, not to throw more wrenches into things, but these are 20-year plans. If that's what we're contemplating, I don't believe that there were adequate resources for a number of reasons we've discussed quite a lot. But I would love to see what the revenue projection would be for a full cent, as well as 3/4 of a cent and maybe like 6/10, just to kind of see some non-half cent options to propose to the voters, because I don't think we're doing our job if we don't at least consider. We're, I believe, the only county authorized to go up to that level. And I think that it's important that we at least consider that very seriously before we put this to the voters.
Thank you, Board Member Hines. Board Member Murphy.
Yeah, no, I just echo board member comments on how taking the 210 money and allocating it to the interchanges, I think not only is it probably more necessary right now, but also would resonate, I think, with our voters. I think TMC has had some discussions on where they could leverage that, whether it's the east side, the ones up in Marana, or even Salarito Road, to better reallocate that money for doing there. And I guess at some point, and I know we're talking about the 20-year plan, but having only a couple of meetings to go, hopefully by the end of today, we, at least with our options put on the table, we can give direction to the TMC and our executive director on what to go all in on. Because if we're really trying to do a bridge option, right, and that's what we're going to go to the voters on, then we really need to be all in on that. If we're really maybe considering thinking we can get this thing buttoned up, for March, which I still, without the policies and, the other administrative policies in the administrative code, so we don't repeat some of the same mistakes. I'm not so sure we can do that, but, I think knowing which direction we're going by the end of today will help, I think, TMC to know which direction, and you, and legal, to keep, continue moving forward on. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Board Member Maxwell and Murphy, just so you know, I think as we have these conversations, we're talking about mostly the TPT, the tax that's associated with the RTA and the proposal for going forward. Really challenged everyone to be thinking about it broader than that. I think there's the regional money, the PAG money that's there, which is, as I mentioned, about between 45 and 47 million annually. There's also the ADOT money, because those are dollars that come to the region and that are ours to decide upon. So yes, ADOT has a say in that, right? But really, this group, the PAG Regional Council has a say as well, and is mostly the ones that will dictate where those dollars are spent. And I think the conversation at the TMC was, how do we justify spending over $1 billion on SR 210 when we do have other needs? And so the conversation really was more beyond just, well, we're going to eliminate that, we're not going to do that. It's really, let's have a conversation about how we can best utilize those dollars. I know that there are other needs in the county, there's other needs in the city, and those dollars, at least for now, are in those locations. But I think as we go forward, the conversation, the macro level conversation of how dollars come into the region from all sources, and how they address the transportation needs is going to be key. And we haven't necessarily done that before, but I think it's an opportunity for us, because I think we can address needs using all of the funds that we made up. If we're just figuring just the sales tax, that could limit us in terms of the opportunities and the options that might be out there. So we've already put ADOT on notice, Mr. Board Member, that we're going to be having conversation around that, because it'll be important that we get them to weigh in on priorities right on the main line, because it's not just I-10, there's also I-19 that causes some challenges for our commuters. And so the conversation, again, is broader than just that one project, and how we incorporate those dollars over time, we'll certainly bring back for your consideration down the road.
Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Post.
Thank you very much. Couple of comments. First thing I want to do is comment on the potential of raising more than just a half cent. Although I know that we need the money badly, I see it becoming very difficult to go back to our voters and say, hey, we want more money. And so I think that probably is a non-starter for me. The other thing is I don't know exactly what to do about transit, but that also is a difficult thing to get past voters. And so again, we want to be, obviously we have some responsibility there, but we need to be careful about, how we put money towards that and then how we frame it. And secondly, I just want to let everybody know, to your comments, General Maxwell, that the town of Marana is looking hard at its projects and trying to, a lot of work has gone on behind the scenes with the council and trying to identify where that we can really get, the best bang for our dollar, but yet, make some cost savings for everybody here. And so I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Murphy.
I would echo both of your first two comments and add to it that I'd be open, to PAG, but anytime we take any of that PAG money, it does limit us in the future for those ongoing new needs that we don't know about. So it's just more of a cautionary that if it's looked at year to year, and again, to the executive director's point, if we go above the pessimistic number, that I'd like to hear that gets taken back off the table, or if the growth doesn't happen where it is, from a percentage standpoint, that gets taken a look at. But I just, we've been sweeping that money for, I don't know, about 10 years, which has taken it off the table. So just more of a cautionary tale that I'd hate to lock a lot of that up at the front end. And not have it available to the municipality, especially the smaller ones, that would resonate. Those projects would come from those PAG monies, whether it be the nation or South Tucson or some of the smaller parts of Pima County. Thanks.
Board Member Hines.
Thank you. And to be clear, I don't think we're ready for prime time on RTA Next. I don't believe that the 20-year program should be offered to the voters in March or until such time as we have delivered RTA 1. So I know I've said that before, but I just wanted to restate that so that everyone is clear. I'm not suggesting that we go to the voters in March with a 20-year plan and an increase, but in maybe 3 years, or when we are ready to have everything from RTA 1 delivered and completed, so that the voters can see that, trust that we're doing our job, all that, that when we do go to the voters with a 20-year plan, that we should consider some other levels of income just to make sure that we can deliver the projects that we're offering them. That's all.
No, I appreciate that. I think our RTA 1 is not going to be completed in 2 or 3 years. We're talking maybe a decade. So I think to hold RTA next hostage, I think what's to that is I would have a concern about that. I think that what's important is to have a clear plan for the completion of our RTA 1, so that when we're talking with our constituencies, that we can explain how that's going to be completed, and that we're committed to that, and that there's a clear pathway to make that happen. I would, Mr. Ortega, I wonder if there was any consideration, and I appreciate the sensitivity about a tax increase. I have floated the idea about a 0.55 or 0.6 I think partly to address the shortfall. We've talked about this $1 billion shortfall. I think taxpayers understand that, again, when we explain that we just didn't meet the revenue projections that were anticipated. Nevertheless, these are projects that are important, I believe, to taxpayers. We'll find out soon enough, but we got to take it to them. We got to take the proposal to them. But I think that I would certainly be open to some consideration, especially in lieu of taking the 5 million or the PAG. I just think we have to stop doing that. I think we have to look at other revenue sources, and if taxpayers say that they're 0.55, 0.6, what is not palatable, then we have to adjust the program accordingly. But I do have concerns about sweeping the PAG funds.
One more quick.
Yeah. Supervisor Hines.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Ortega, if, for example, a 20-year program were to go to the voters in March and pass, we've made it clear that we have to finish RTA 1. So wouldn't the first 4 or 5 years potentially of that 20, I'll use that in quotes because it won't really be 20-year plan, it'll be 5 years of catch up on RTA 1, cannibalizing 1/4 of that new assessment. And then RTA, I don't see how with the constraints in terms of just physical bodies to do the work, the supplies, all of that seems to be a constraint. How we can finish RTA 1 and initiate RTA next all at the same time if we pass a 20-year plan. That's what I've been hearing from my short time on this body. Can you comment on that?
I'm happy to comment on that, board member, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we should go over some options. How's that? And then we can kind of talk through those. And by the way, board member Murphy asked about what we've done to confirm the growth rates and so forth. I can tell you the RMAP that you just approved shows an increase in population of 180,000 in 30 years. So I think we pretty much learned our lesson, because I think the last 20-year projection was well over 500,000. So I think we've scaled back the projections quite a bit, at least on our end. So let me walk you through a few options and a few thoughts, and then maybe we can hone in on what you all want to do and what you want to go forward with. So based on legal advice, legal counsel, we will need to go to the voter either at or before the next general election for a substantial change based on the statute. My suggestion is that, and that's for RTA 1. So we're gonna kind of go back to RTA 1 for now. So RTA 1 will need a voter authorization for the substantial change per the ballot or per the statute. My suggestion is that because we're going to have to go to the voter, it doesn't have to be in March, by the way. It can be in May or it can be in November, but it has to be by the next general election. My suggestion is that when we do go to the voter for that question, that we include a rescoping of the projects that are still in RTA 1. So if you recall, there were 4 projects that we affectionately called deferred projects. Those 4 projects were intended to be rescoped. We really should have called them modified projects as opposed to deferred, because they were really modified, and they were modified based on the current need that exists within the region. So my thought is that we would go to the voter because we have to on the substantial change, and that we include a what I'll call rescoping of those 4 projects plus, because I think there's other projects that we may want to confirm. I just had a conversation with Chairman Hernandez and their interest in the Grant Road interchange, and there might be an opportunity and a need for that. And so we want to be sensitive to that and try to incorporate those. And since we're going to go to the voter, we may as well have that conversation. So we'll call that the first issue, which has 2 parts to it. The second is, what do we want to do in terms of funding for completion of RTA 1? Okay. So I presented to you a plan that no one liked, which was the use of regional money for an extended period of time. And I think I'd put down 2036. It would be how long it would take us to fund that. And that's probably optimistic. I think it's probably going to be closer to 2040. But that's an option, not ideal. So then the conversation is, do we go to the voters, and how do we go to the voters for additional dollars for RTA 1 completion? So there's a conversation to be had there. And that, based on our understanding, doesn't have to be 20 years for the additional tax. However, it would have to be tied to a 20-year plan. So the conversation then really is, does the 20-year plan and the 20-year ask of the voter, does it reflect RTA Next, which we've been talking about, or does it reflect something else? And is there another opportunity to resonate with the voter, complete RTA 1 with funding, and do the other, address the other important pieces within the region? And those could include things like the continuation of transit, the potential arterial reconstruction, as the general's presentation from the poll that was done by SALC outlines. That's a very important component of the voter, or at least the populace that's out there. And then you start looking at what else, right? And the conversation then is, because most of the projects that need to be completed are in the city of Tucson, and if in fact it does take years to do that because of the dollars, we already talked about that, then what's in it for everybody else? And so that's really where we start looking at the arterial reconstruction and the distribution of those dollars potentially, as well as the use of regional money. And I understand the comments about not using the regional money necessarily for the RTA Next plan. But what I'd like to suggest to you is think about it in terms of dollars that are coming in to address the region's challenges. And so currently the TIP programs those dollars out through 29. Well, there could be a conversation if we go to the voter that those dollars could be freed up after 27. Because right now that's an additional 140 million that could be put towards regional challenges and regional issues. Now, the discussion can get complex, but I want to try to keep it simple in terms of the concept, right? Because if you think about the RTA Next, the way that it's already crafted, I think to the points that have been brought up, the way it's crafted, those projects that are in the city are the first projects. And that was a policy direction and decision by this board some time ago to make sure that those 4 projects are right out of the chute. Okay, great. Well, what that in essence does is, because of funding and capacity, but mostly funding, it pushes everything else back. If the conversation with the voter is to identify funding for that, and we put regional money on the table, the PAG money on the table, there's an opportunity to move some of the other projects from the region up front, forward, I should say, not up front, but move them forward earlier than what they would have otherwise been. So when you do the math, you look at a $40 million budget, we could go as high as 45 million with the PAG money. All of a sudden in 5 years, you've got over $200 million, right? Well, that is serious money in terms of investment outside of the 4 projects and completion of RTA 1. That's outside of those dollars. And very simplistically, if you do the math, if we have the projections for RTA at about 2.6 billion, right? And we add 800 million to that, now we're at 3.4 billion to address the region's needs. That should provide us with adequate resource. Not enough is never enough, right? But adequate resource to really address some of the transportation needs across the region. Now, there are challenges with that. The clock is ticking, right? You have 2 more meetings. You have one on the 15th and one on the 25th. In order for anything to be on the ballot in March, the Board of Supervisors has to address and call the election, which basically means that the RTA board has to recommend ballot language and a plan, 100% complete, by your meeting on August 25. So 25 August is the date. And we don't have a lot of time to be making robust changes. But I think there are enough nuggets there to have a conversation around it. Now, there was a conversation about what happens if we go to another source. Is there another source that's out there? We have explored the county's opportunity to call elections for the county that would help support these efforts. The challenge there is the 2 opportunities would require bonding or capital investment. And that does not work very well for some of the projects that we're working on because the county doesn't own them. We can figure out the logistics of transferring titles in those, but ultimately that becomes problematic when we start talking about the operations of transit, because there's no way that we can figure out how to do that without with bonding. So then let's talk about what happens if we go to the voters and the voters turn us down. Okay, I think that's an important component, important consideration, regardless of the ask. If the voters turn us down, I think we really need to look at what does that mean? Well, number one, the projects that are currently on the books would not be completed the way that we're thinking we'd complete them, only up to the amount that's in the Regional Transportation Fund. So basically the dollars we have available today and through June 26 would be used to complete those projects. But there is not an identified source for funding transit operations beyond June 30. Now, I think that we could challenge that to some level. I'm not sure that I'm ready to recommend that yet, but we could challenge that by the use of fund balance for the transit operations as a bridge. But I think that's risky. And I think at the advice of council, we may want to rethink that. It may not want to be the recommendation. I throw that out to you because I think it's come up. I think it's important for you to think about and consider. I'm not ready to make a recommendation on that yet. And I probably wouldn't be until at March 11th, depending on how that vote goes. But clearly, the opportunity, I think, given the statutes and our understanding or my understanding of it is to go after if we're going to go to the voter, we go to the voter with a 20-year plan. The 20-year plan could finish RTA 1 and show these other components that I mentioned, including the regional monies allocated to completing some of the projects that are on RTA Next. But we don't have to go for 20 years of funding. We could go for a 10-year ask, which gives an opportunity for the board to go back out to the voter in a 5 or 10-year period and say, this is how things are going. We'd like more money to continue the plan through the end of the 20 years. That's an option that's available to you. So I've talked quite a bit, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mean to be so long-winded. I wanted to kind of give you and lay out some thoughts for you. And there's a variety of different options to each one of those that I'm happy to delve into in as much detail as you'd like. But I'd like to open it up to questions or thoughts at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Hines, just in follow-up to my question, how quickly can we get the RTA 1 projects, including the 4 deferred ones, completed based on your analysis? Assuming money is like somehow gonna be there.
But, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Hines, we're estimating it'll be 7 to 8 years before we are 100% complete with those. And that is the magnitude of the challenge we have in front of us.
And may I ask why?
Mr. Chairman, Board Member, it's both capacity, but also complexity. We have some projects that are pretty complex from not only environmental, but some of the right-of-way acquisition pieces as well.
Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ortega, I think I finally now have a good understanding of what the different options you're doing. So I thought you did a great job explaining that. And I know we've talked about these in the past. I think the important thing for us to remember is come July 1st, if we haven't gone back to the voters and asked for a half-cent sales tax, the money for transit does go away. And yes, we could challenge it, but I think it's a very high-risk thing to do. And the other thing, you stated in both your, at least unless there was a third alternative in there, both your alternatives, you mentioned a 20-year plan. And that's one of the reasons I thought that this plan's close and I think we can get there where we could use this as the premise. Whether we do it for a 20-year tax or a 10-year tax, I think that's a great discussion point for the board. The one thing the 10-year tax could give us the opportunity to do is it gives us a 10-year look at the plan. So when we go back for that second half-cent sales tax, we could also propose scope changes and others. I guess my question's on, we know we have to go back because of the substantial change. We've said we've got to go back to the voters. You said it by no later than the next general election. When we do that and we rescope the projects as well, how much additional money at this time do you think we need out of that money that we'd be collecting with the new half-cent sales tax? Because at the last board meeting, you did a great job to me painting out what I thought was we've got money to do these projects. We just don't have the time and the value.
Mr. Chairman, Board Member Maxwell, so there's a couple pieces to that. First, I'll tell you what cash in the bank is, right? So cash in the bank for these projects is about $440 million. And that's our projection for June 30 of 26. So it's in that $450 million. That's what we're expecting to have. With those dollars, we're still short about $550 million. Okay. Now, if you remember that spreadsheet that I gave you, I actually showed you how we fund that, and the tip identifies $140 million that goes into that what we'll call it addressing that shortfall, which drops that. Then we also rescoping the projects, which is important. That's over $60 million in and of itself. So when you do all the math, we're short about $350 million beyond 29 in the current, basically using the current dollars. And so when we start looking at that, we would need that $350 million to come out of a future ask, if you will, of the voter, plus the rescoping. And I think that when you really look at $440 million plus $550 million, that's almost $1 billion in work that's yet to be done. And so that's the magnitude of the question that Supervisor Hines asked.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board Member Murphy.
Just to follow up on the general's question, if we had a 10-year tax, but a 20-year plan, things will change by, the year 10. How much, it's always to me, it's about how much flexibility can you build in, but also get it across the ballot. Because if it's too flexible, then the voters, I don't think, have an understanding of the specificity of what they're actually voting for. But if you lock in too much of it and you go 10 years out, how much ability do you think that we have, as if we're looking forward, to modify that to, meet the current needs? And I guess part of that also question is, just to be clear, we can do maybe a 10-year tax. And is it of the legal opinion that we only can do a 20-year plan that it has to be in 20-year tranches, or are we back to a 10-year amendment for both scope and for tax collection?
So the plan does have to be a 20-year plan. But as Mr. Ortega said, the tax could be collected for a shorter period of time. It's
Right.
up to 20 years. And what was the other question?
Well, part of it is if can we go back 10 years in? We have the money for 10 years. But then can we relook at the plan at the 10-year mark and say, whoa, we've completed these, the world's changed, you know, without going back to the voters again, how many substantial changes can we make?
So
to be doable?
Mr. Mayor, the substantial change, that's just a term of art that has nothing to do with specifically, like, I think just changing the scope of different projects, which is what I think you're actually asking about. And I think one significant thing would be putting language into the ballot that gives you some flexibility to change things. But then also, you can change the plan by adding an element, for example, or doing other things that would require voter approval.
Right.
But there is some room to create a plan that builds in some flexibility for you, as long as that's identified. I mean, it can't be too flexible, but as long as that's identified in the ballot to be able to change things based on different circumstances or funding, you could put that into it.
Right. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but so originally we were working with the TMC to come up with a hybrid, maybe 7-10 years, 100% complete RTA 1, and then punt on RTA next. Again, if we're going to go back, it has to be a 20-year plan. So really that hybrid model is really taken off the table, if I'm hearing you correctly, correct?
So maybe I can help with that, Mr. Chairman. Board Member Murphy, I'm not sure that it takes it off. What I'm really thinking is it's just a different way of looking at it in terms of the framework. If the board gives direction, the framework is the RTA Next plan. And then the funding, the approach to the funding is the hybrid, if you will. And so that I think was always part of the conversation, was maybe a shorter funding cycle. But now with guidance from legal about the 20 years, we just build it in so that the funding addresses their specificity for the first 10 years.
Right.
I guess that's the best way to put it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Thank
Board
you.
Member Hines.
Thank you. And I don't think we have to have a 20-year plan or tax. I mean, we can, if we go back with an amendment that can be specific to taking care of the changes, coming clean with what's going on to the voters, so they're those are clearly identified and they approve them, and potentially continuing an assessment until a new 20-year RTA is passed within that language. So I don't see that we have to do a 20-year plan right now, which again, it doesn't make much sense to be telling the voters really going to be voting on something that's going to happen for the next 20 years when it might be 6, 7, 8 years into it that they can even start. I mean, actually, Mr. Ortega, at what point could we start any of the RTA Next projects, given that our priority, of course, is to finish RTA 1?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hines, it's an excellent question, and I guess what I'm trying to do is suggest to you that you can do both. And the reason I'm suggesting that is that if we use the regional money and we incorporate that into the funding for all of the regional or the region's priorities, we're able to have a conversation about starting projects parallel to the RTA Next projects. And so, yes, RTA Next would include we'll call it a completion of RTA 1 component. But then there's also this parallel conversation that happens with the regional or the PAG monies that can help get some of these projects that are in RTA Next started and even completed. So if we don't incorporate the regional money, if we just assume that the regional money stays programmed through 29 and we go through the RTA Next plan by itself, then you're absolutely right. There would be no additional money for the RTA Next plan until after 29 or maybe even beyond. And what I'm suggesting is we'll think about it differently, and those dollars would in essence replace the RTA Next dollars, would replace the regional money that's allocated now in the TIP, so that those projects could then be moved forward into the program.
Board Member Post.
Thank you very much. Marana is just a couple comments on the plan. Marana is obviously rapidly growing. And so, we have some very dire short-term needs that pushing that out 5 and 10 years would be very detrimental to Marana. And then secondly, as we develop these plans, I need something to go back to my voters with, something that gets them to run down to the ballot box and check yes. And so just those comments. Thank you very much.
Board Member Maxwell.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but I can't let it go. I think it's important that we got to remember the role this is going to play in economic development. I mean, our only speaker today came up and talked about it. Where's the big opportunities for economic development? Obviously, inside the city of Tucson, there's a lot of attraction, but the other two are really the south, predominantly right now, the south east and Marana, and to the north. That's where we've got some opportunities. We need to continue to work with a regional plan. I understand what you're proposing, Supervisor Hines, and it makes sense. Let's get it all done and then deal with it. But in that case, you just take the 20. We're not even going to bring the 20-year plan up. We're not going to do it early. But if we're going to put a plan forward that we're going to ask the voters to vote on, I thought it was clear today that we've learned it has to be a 20-year plan. That's what it states inside of our regional transportation authority. So I do like the idea, and I think it's something we push hard on here, is to take a look at how we can do something like that. I prefer that route where we have the plan. If it's a 10-year, the thing I like about the 10-year tax, which I had zero interest in before today's meeting, is the fact that it does give us the opportunity to go back at the 10-year point. We've talked about how can we build flexibility into a 20-year plan. Well, maybe it's by staggering the funding sources. Yes, it means we'll have another election 10 years from now, but then we can go complete by that time, have RTA 1 complete, hopefully have figured out how we can bring some of these back forward and get some other projects in the other municipalities built in areas of growth, because there's a lot of things that if we don't keep them moving forward coming July 1st, transit and the ability to attract more economic growth in this region is going to be significantly hurt.
Board Member Murphy.
And just to piggyback off of that, and in 10 years, based to both of your comments, or the third two, maybe in 10 years, it's 0.06 or it's 0.075. If enough confidence has been built in to what we've tried to do, maybe there is a conversation based on what the needs are, not advocating necessarily for it, but it does build in an earlier time to have that discussion. But I think you can't have that discussion unless we've shown some success in our commitment to finish RTA 1. That's just my own personal opinion. But it does open up the opportunity to open that taxing discussion up.
Well, in regards to delivering the current RTA projects, I mean, there's just no getting around that that's a minimum, probably an 8-year effort. Is it 7-8 year effort?
Mr. Chairman, when Board Member Hines asked that, I know it was shocking, right, to hear it's 7 or 8 years, but if you do the math, if we've got close to $1 billion to deliver, and what our maximum delivery rate was, even in the good days, I think we'd really struggle, it's my opinion, to do it in shorter time. By the way, I will make sure that we have systems in place to move this hard and get it done, soon. We have money in the bank. We're able to move some of those projects forward. Right now, I just can't give you that confidence. But I do think that there are some opportunities here in the next few months that we can bring forth a game plan for how we would get those delivered and hopefully shrink that down to maybe 5 years.
Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing to consider about doing some of this streamlining, there are capacity issues on local projects. The people who build the roads throughout the state for ADOT projects that have federal dollars involved, they're willing to bid because they're confident in the project being foreseen. And so when we've talked some of the capacity issues with the local builders, the ones that are a bit more stationed here, you're going to get names you haven't seen before coming down to do projects when they're doing TIs or when they're doing something on I-10. So it's another way to have those projects in there while we're completing RTA 1, we can actually increase a little bit of what we believe is the capacity in southern areas. We got to get past that. If we've got the right jobs, we can attract the business.
Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, Board Member Murphy, I wanted to just address that because we did talk at length at the TMC about that. And I don't have a concern about the contracting industry. I don't have a concern about the consulting industry. But there's four parts to the project, right? You've got planning, you've got engineering, the design, which also includes environmental, right? Then you have right-of-way acquisition, and the right-of-way acquisition has traditionally been the challenge. And that's why I said earlier, I really think the RTA needs to play a role there. And we're exploring what the legal ramifications are, but I think we need to play a role to go out and help with that and facilitate that, because that's really been a challenge for us across the region.
And
Board Member Murphy.
I think my last comment, but as you bring that back to us, please include, those policies and the guardrails, whether it's a yearly update to the regional council on how the delivery is going, so we can get in front of it proactively. The monies then get to be reallocated, or you have to bring staff to it, or whatever it is. But I believe 7, 8 years we're all in, and we're lucky, to do it based on our deliverability, and how those overlap. To your point earlier, the RTA 1 completion, other projects need to be probably outside of those municipality scopes because there's only so much deliverability. But please come back with as many of those guardrails, whether it's CARD or whoever else, because if we get behind in the first 2 years on a 7, 8 year deliverability plan, we're going to be having the same conversation in year 6 or 7 of 7 to 8. So I just want to continue to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ortega, can you, as briefly as possible, lay out, what I've heard are two options. And if there's a third option, but I've heard two options in terms of, I think there's agreement of completing the current RTA projects among the board. I think you've laid out two scenarios or two options to make that happen. Not only that, but also to address either the RTA. Yeah. So just as briefly as possible, lay out the options for the board so that we can provide a little clearer direction than I think we're providing at the moment.
I will make every effort to be brief. So I think the option. So first and foremost, we need to go to the board. We need to go to the voter, as you heard, on the substantial change. That's a for sure. I'm recommending that we include the rescope projects at the same time. Just makes sense based on what we know today. So then the conversation really becomes, how do we fund RTA 1? And that has been clear that is an interest that everyone has, is how do we fund RTA 1? And so there's options there. We can use regional money, or we can go to the voter and ask for the voter to approve completion of RTA 1. And I think it's almost that simple. The conversation about the 20-year plan is where it can get more complex, because what is the ask of the voter? So somehow we have to take a 20-year plan to the voter based on what the guidance is. And so how does the regional money fit into that? And is that part of it? How do we address that? So my suggestion is that if you're interested in that, we look and we start with the RTA Next plan as the basis. And then we go back and we'll call it rescope it, if you will, on a macro scale, the plan, and identify what we'll call it a condensed version of the 20-year plan looks like, so that the funding for that would be 10 years. And I think 10 years makes sense. I mean, we could go 5 years, but 5 years is an awfully short period of time. But we go to the 10-year mark. And, so we're building, we're not necessarily doing RTA Next. We're building this plan for full completion of RTA 1, not regional money. And then a 10-year, we'll call it a 10-year funding stream for that, which we say up front, we're going to come back to the voter in 10 years and we're going to have a conversation with them about that. Then the second option is we take the RTA Next and we will it into existence. I mean, it's kind of those, in my mind, those are the two options. Now, I will tell you that if we go to the voter and we're unsuccessful, then we'll have to have a conversation about the rest of it. And that's risky. I don't mind telling you that's very risky, because we don't have, the options don't look good in terms of using regional money for that.
I love
Board Member
my
Merlin.
last comment. But Mike, could you just expand a little bit? Because I know your 10-year tax, even though there's a 20-year plan, includes more than RTA one. You talked about Ontario, you talked about, so I didn't want to kind of on the table. The 10-year tax is only to complete RTA one, because I don't think that will resonate with the voters. Just touch on the other things that could be in there as opposed to a full 20-year tax.
Mr. Chairman, Board Member Murphy, I apologize. I was asked to make it brief, so I tried to be real. But we'll call it option one, okay? Go to the voter. We have conversation with them about substantial change, scope change, and completion of RTA one, funding for completion of RTA one, which includes continuation of transit, includes arterial reconstruction for the whole region, and somehow ties the regional money and makes it available for, I'm going to call it regional projects, just for now. Okay, so that's, in my opinion, one option. Another option is substantial change, rescope the projects, and RTA next in its current or close to its current state. The first option, my suggestion would be that you consider a 10-year ask of the voter for financing or funding. And we make it explicit. We're going to come back to you, in 10 years. That would be the way I'd articulate it.
Board Member Hines?
So I did the math. It's like every 1/10 of a cent gets us another $500 million, and 1/4 of a cent gets us about 1.3 billion over 20 years, just so you know. I think that sounds pretty good.
Passes.
Board members, do you have?
Mr. Chairman, the TMC has worked really hard, and I've got to give them a shout out. As the general mentioned, we've met many times to the point where we're not even sure what day it is. Spent many hours in this room trying to get you as many options and to get you as much information as possible. The staff has done something very similar. We really are looking for some direction. You are going to meet hopefully on the 15th. That's your next meeting. And then again on the 25th. And so I'd like to understand from you what your direction is between now and the 15th, and then obviously on the 25th as well.
Mr. Ortega, is it your intention, regardless of it's option one or option two, that we would take this to the voters in March for both of these options?
Mr. Chairman, unless there is an alternative that's provided with regard to funding for transit, I don't see a way around it at this point. The guidance is that we could go in November, we could go in March, May, or November, or maybe August and November for the substantial change conversation. But the transit, I'm out of options on.
Yeah, but if it doesn't go to March, then we put ourselves in the position of even if it passes, that we're going to have 9 months without funding.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And I think that's important to remind you, the way the statutes are worded for collection of sales tax for regional transportation authorities is it starts April 1. And that would be April 1 of the following year. So March would be the last time that we could take it to the voter for this year. And then otherwise it'd be a 9-month gap of funding that we'd have to identify.
Yeah. So, I mean, speaking for myself, certainly March would be, I think, is critical in regards to option one or option two. Speaking again for myself, for the town of Oro Valley, I think I would favor option two versus option one. I mean, I appreciate the effort and thought that's gone into option one, and I certainly see some pros and cons to that. But I really believe that there's just been such a significant amount of work that's been put into to RTA Next, and so I think that would be my. That's my, I favor that. I favor that approach.
Mr. Chair.
Mayor, or Board Member Murphy.
Not that I ever disagree with my favorite mayor to my left, but mine would be option one. Just from a perspective of it feels a little bit more like cleanup of RTA one, completion gives us the flexibility to go back. It's obviously it's a majority vote, but I just think that lets us concentrate a little bit more on RTA one. I don't think we're there yet on RTA next. I think in 10 years, we would have a better understanding of it. But I do agree without March, with that April 1 collection, we're going to have a big gap if we don't go in March. But I feel we can communicate option one maybe a little bit more clearly. They're both very complicated, but that's just my initial reaction to that.
Board Member Maxwell.
I'm not going to say which one I favor. I think everybody probably already knows that. But I'm going to reemphasize the March date. I think if we don't put something in front of the voters, we are absolutely putting at risk the transit system in this region, as well as just the dollars. We talk about unless there's an alternative source of funding. I don't believe there's any alternative source other than putting this back in front of the voters and letting them have their say. If they vote no, they've told us something. And now we've got to figure out how to finish it and move on to Plan B. I don't want to jump to Plan B before we have to.
Board Member Post.
If it turns out to be option one, I think it's very, very important that the regional monies become available as soon as possible for some projects that are dire.
Board Member Hines.
I learned as a legislator after making a couple of pretty embarrassing mistakes that you should never ask people questions you don't want to know the answer to. So I think we should work with the Board of Supervisors. We should veer toward an option one, focus on finishing RTA one, at least for a little while before we throw a 20-year plan at the voters. I mean, I would like to put a plan out there that I can vote for. And I think with what's pending in RTA one, I don't think I would personally be able to vote for an RTA next, even though I like a lot of stuff in it. Just if we haven't finished it, it feels so. I've just talked to people about it. I've just asked them what they think and like, well, wait, if you're not done yet, why are you asking us for more time, more money, more whatever? And like, we've been here for hours, you all way more hours than me, because I'm more recent, but like, it's just people that don't understand all the nuances and complexities and all the stuff that we've been focusing on. You understand voters, like the electorate, they're voting no on Prop 414. They're voting no on Saudi's property tax override recommended by their elected leaders. And same thing with this in the city of Tucson, something that was supported nearly 70-30 went down 30-70. And so we have to be very sensitive to the electorate. And I worry that certainly anything with a tax probably, but certainly a 20-year plan going in March and losing sets us back not 9 months of gap funding, which is a problem. I agree. It sets us back potentially multiple years of any funding. And so that's just what I want to leave my colleagues with, my concerns.
Okay, well, you're looking for direction, Mr. Ortega. I'm going to make a motion to that we want a March. We want to take a proposal to the voters in March and to focus on option one as you've presented.
Mr. Chairman, before you call for a second, would you mind if I just make sure we're clear on what option one is? Since
option one is rescoping the RTA projects, the 4+ that you mentioned. Taking that to the voters. It's tied to a 20-year plan. We're talking about a 10-year tax. It would fund transit. It would fund arterial reconstruction. Those monies would be distributed across the region. That would be true for transit as well. So that when I talk about option one, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I'll second it, but want to add to it.
Sure. Yeah.
Is the possibility just to give direction to staff to keep working on it, because before we would literally take a vote, I don't see the harm maybe bringing it back to TMC. We have 2 more meetings to do it. I think you get the same clear direction without that, but I don't know if that locks us in too much. If you want to comment on what you think you need, does a motion help? Happy to do it. I mean, I've seconded it, but
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. That's a good question. I'm not sure that it would, I don't know that I need a vote. Okay, so let's start there. I think I'm pretty clear on what some of the comments are here. It's helpful because it brings clarity, but I don't want to tie your hands either. I don't want you to make a decision that then, that's the absolute direction. And then as this evolves, and as you can tell, this is evolving daily, right? Almost by the hour. But Board Member Hines mentioned something that I think is important, maybe to go back to and think about, which is what would it take for you to feel comfortable with the voter ask? Board Member Hines mentioned, that he likes a lot of things in the plan, but there's things he's not ready for, right? Okay. Because ultimately, you are the ones that will basically not only support, but have to go out and talk to your constituency groups about this. And so from where I sit, the RTA Next plan, basically done. So we have that. We can monkey around with it, and I shouldn't say monkey, excuse me. We can change it a little bit, but it's really done if you think about it. So really what you're asking for is for us to explore this other option. And what I would suggest to you is I can bring back that conversation to you at your next meeting. But we're not going to spend a lot more time on RTA, on the big plan, because we're basically finished with that. Then it's really a conversation about, okay, what will it take to get support? What does that all look like? What are all the pieces? So this is just a thought. So.
And Chair Whitfield, and Mr. Ortega, does it have to be a 10-year defined tax? I just really like the idea of, like, if it's option one type stuff, and then we go back to the voters in 3 or 4 years with a 20-year plan at that point, then it doesn't have to be just, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be like, it could stop when the next one starts, as opposed to like 10 years or 8 years or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, Board Member Hines, no, it doesn't have to be 10 years. It can be less. However, keep in mind that if the idea is we do have to establish a 20-year plan, so there's got to be a plan there. However, we can go back to the voter for amendments and supplements. We just can't do that in the first 4 years. So I would suggest, if you're interested, we could consider a 5-year plan, a 5-year funding plan, and then go back to the voter at that point. And that could be both to re-up the sales tax, but also potentially amend the plan. So that's another option that we could consider. And really, if you think about the dollars, they're finite, right? It's about 128 million or 125 million a year. And so the money would be finite, 5 years, 10 years, and we can run those for you and watch and let you know what those options look like.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the motion, but I do think we've narrowed it pretty close to 2 conversations. We've got, and we've also got the idea of to continuing to explore, and that's on us on other alternative sources. I don't think that's something that the executive director or the TMC. I also do want to leave the opportunity. I mean, I heard yesterday at the TMC conversation, the Miranda's, where they're looking, they already came up with some reductions in the costs, not as much as they thought it'd be at INA, and they're looking at want to maybe move some things around within this. This is, but you're right, the RTA Next plan's close to being baked, but there can still be some, don't want to put out for tweaks, Marie, but minor tweaks, and keep working on it. I think we've made progress. We're sitting at a couple ideas, and right now we're all focusing on March, and unless we find some, blue moon funding out of somewhere. And that's I think, I personally don't think we need a vote to give them any more guidance.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, go ahead.
Board Member Hines.
Thank you. I'm just kind of a logistical, and I was speaking with our council about this, but just to put it out there for everyone, I just had a thought, like, if the quorum on the 15th of August or the 25th of August is just 5 people, is putting something to the Board of Supervisors of just 3 of us? I mean, I don't know. And I was asking for some clarification as to, does that have to be a majority? It seems like in some cases, the statute says it has to be a majority of the members of the Board of Directors, as opposed to just a majority of the quorum present. So I just want to make sure we get that clarified before we take any of those major votes.
Mr. Chair, Board Member Hines, I don't know the answer to that question, but I did write that down on my list of questions to come up with answers to.
And
Board Member Murphy.
thank you. You know, and I'm open, I don't, you know, if it's 10 years or 5 years, I just want to put on the record that it has to be enough money to, I think, accomplish the things that you laid out. Because if 5 years only gets us finishing RTA 1, I can't go to my council and say that's going to pass, right? So it has to be only as long enough, I guess I would cast it, as what we need to do to put out a plan that is more likely passable than not, you know, with the maintenance and opening up the PAG money and all of the above, transit. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, so what I'm hearing, and just so that I do have some direction, what I'm hearing is you would like to explore that option one with maybe some ranges of funding and what that looks like. Happy to do that. So we'll get to work on what the framework for that would look like. And we'll get that out to you as quick as we can. And then hopefully on the 15th, you can let us know. Now, we are getting to the point where we really need to start thinking about ballot language and what would go to the voters. So I may have to bring you two on the 15th, and hopefully you can give me a nod on it one way or the other as to which one you choose. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I'd just like to add that, you know, there's two options. The motion was to give direction to staff to focus on one option, not to expend energy, any more energy than they already have, TMC, on two options. So when Mr. Ortega asked for some clarification about what was option one, I just mentioned some of the things that he described. That the motion wasn't, you know, that it's going to be a 10-year tax, it's going to be this. It's just to focus on one option. Don't expend any more energy on two options. So I personally don't see the what would be wrong with, and I don't have any, I can withdraw the motion, but I don't see anything wrong with giving that direction so that we can, staff is clear about, yeah, we're talking about one option here.
Just to clarify, as
Hines.
option one, that doesn't include a 20-year plan, that includes just it
It's
does.
a 20-year plan.
But
Chairman, that's a great question. Let's make sure we're clear.
amendments don't have to be 20 years, right?
So I'll be honest, what you just said, it is a 20-year plan. If that's what you're saying, I'm on board on taking a look at that. That's not what I heard that the executive director describe. I heard him talk about just a 10-year focused on one, but
Yeah, let's make sure we're clear. This is good. I like clarity. So there is a 20-year planning document that outlines what 20 years looks like for the region. Okay. The conversation is a 10-year funding stream, if you will, for that. And my expectation would be that, and it could be less or more, but my expectation is when we go back to the voter for a re-upping of that or reauthorization of that we would have a conversation about amendments to the plan at that time, amendments or supplements at that time, so that the framework is set, but we have flexibility based on interpretations of the statute. It gives us opportunity to amend or have a supplement when we go back to the voter. And that can't happen before 4 years.
and one clarification. So that means, thank you, Mr. Chair. So that means some of the projects, other projects could, with regional funding and other stuff, move forward in it. It's just what we're talking about now is a 20-year plan with a 10-year tax ask going forward. I mean, I'll just go to the cut. We need to do something about a TI in the Northeast, in my opinion, in the Northwest, in my opinion. We need to, one of them. And if we wait 10 years,
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important as we talk through these that the regional money is brought into the conversation, because I can see a scenario where for your conversation here, we would have to be able to identify how those dollars could be spent, again, to potentially move some of those other projects forward that would not have otherwise been moved forward with an RTA next. And that's what I'll bring back to you. That may not be what's in front of the voter. We'll have to think through that, but that is the spirit and intent of what I'm hearing from you.
Any more discussion? Okay, well, there's a motion on the table. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Sounds like the ayes have it.
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote. So is that an abstention? So one abstention. Okay. So I believe that took care of 7, 8, and 9.
Chairman,
Yeah.
I apologize. Member Hines had asked in my item.
Okay, item 9.
The item 9, Mr. Chair, I did provide a memo in the packet that outlined those items. I can just very briefly and quickly go through those. I apologize. But Supervisor Hines had asked us to explore, and the staff did explore what would be the ramifications of different timeframes for going to the voters. And it's outlined there. The first one was 20-year plan in March. It was very clear in Supervisor Hines' language that it was a new 20-year plan. What I said, it would be difficult to develop a new plan, between now and September 2nd. But it also provides an uninterrupted, assuming it were to pass, it provides an uninterrupted service level mainly for the transit as well as some of the other projects, gives us an opportunity to rescope the projects. The second was what happens if we go in another month within 2026, which would obviously be May or August or November. And the big issue there is we would not have funding for transit. And we would have to go back to the voter and have that conversation. So that's basically the big thing there. And then on going to a 20-year plan beyond 2026, it's almost exactly the same thing. What we would do is in essence forego the annual revenue at about $120 to $125 million, and there would not be an identified source for transit in that. So I apologize. I should have done that earlier, and I apologize I didn't. Happy to answer questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? All right, meeting adjourned.
I would, actually, can somebody just explain what we voted on? Because I still don't know.
What we motioned, what we voted on was to have staff focus on the first, well, there were two proposals, so it's the first proposal. That's what we voted on.
And just for future meetings, if we could get those proposals in writing, it would be really helpful so that we can all clearly understand what's going on, because that's why I was not comfortable casting a vote either for or against this. Thank you.
We still adjourned?
We're still adjourned.